Okay. Hello, everybody. Hopefully, peeps can see me. Good. I don't know. I might not post my link in my Discord just because I don't think I wanna. I kind of want to see what happens organically. So, guess we'll sit here and wait for a minute while people start filtering in. Oh, goodness. Ugh. I am tired. Very, very tired. All right. Maybe I will post the link on Discord. I might as well. Why the heck not? Right? Right? All right, let's see. Okay, looks like good. I was wondering, I just saw my friend Princess was... Brandy! Hi! Hi, Brandy! Oh my gosh, hey, what's going on? This live show went on really well earlier. I'm so sad I only missed it. I missed it like so long. Princess, hi! I just saw it as I was trying to pull up the link for these sprints that you were doing sprints tomorrow. I wasn't sure if you were going to because of the fact that, you guys had the live show today, which again went great. Sorry I was so late. My mother was visiting, and so I had to pay attention to her. But yeah, we had a good time. So give me 1 second while I get stuff all together. Just give me a moment, please. I am in a very goofy mood today, if you can't tell. It's been a good day after having had a pretty crappy week, honestly, for the last week or so. So there's that. But things are better. Things are getting fine. They're going. They're doing. Got to read on Sundays. True. Good question, Brandy. I am actually working on Arch Enemies by Marissa Meyer. I have all the tabs. Look at all of these beautiful, beautiful tabs. I am reading this for a reread series I'm doing where originally I had only read Renegades and Arch Enemies. And I read Arch Enemies I want to say a year and a half ago at least. And I'm basically trying to finally finish the trilogy. So I reread Renegades in March. This month is Arch Enemies. Oscar has dropped a toy, apparently. And next month, I'll be reading Supernova for the first time. I know, it's a lot of tabs. Because, the thing is when I annotate when things, make me either smile, tear up, or, have some kind of emotion. So all of these are emotion-based, and then some of them are more so, I have yellow tabs in here for things that are good info pieces, like things that might get brought up later, or that might kind of not foreshadow exactly, but help with maybe bringing something up later. And then I have purple here too, which are good things to question on, things that would bring up, good discussion topics, things of that nature. And a lot of them have to do with the same thing, the same idea of good versus evil, all that stuff. But yeah, that's kind of how I tab emotions and things that make me think. So the genre of this is that it is kind of, I would say in a sense, a young adult sci-fi-ish. Not quite fantasy, Princess, because it is more based in the real world. It's just as if there were superheroes. So if you've ever it's think of the Marvel or the DC superhero universes. It's kind of reminiscent of those. So there's a lot of scientific based things involved with it. The superheroes kind of run the world in a sense. Marissa Meyer, I think with this series and the Lunar Chronicles, definitely takes a lot of the ideas of sci-fi and kind of puts it more in a, I don't know, because the Lunar Chronicles was definitely more retellings of the Disney stories we know with sci-fi twists. This is just superheroes, and there's a lot of sci-fi-esque things within that. I think though the reason we differ in opinion is because I think it depends on what you would classify superheroes as. Whether you would consider the things that they do as magic based or what they do as more kind of right. And here's the thing that also is what, whether what you classify sci-fi with. Because I think that in my idea, the idea of superheroes is more science based, where it's this kind of weird mutation aspect. Whereas I think that some people, and this is a totally valid opinion to have, I think, but I think that the superheroes could also be looked at as maybe having a magic element, something that's just very unexplainable. Like it really depends, I think, on how you view a superhero exactly and how they have their powers. So I really like the Lunar Chronicles. I wouldn't say I love them just yet because I've only read, I think, the first three. Yeah, I think the first three, but I really, really like them a lot. I think, though, that Renegades has a very special place in my heart. So I think that at least the first book definitely hits the mark more for me as far as what I love from Marissa Meyer. And I also really like her contemporary she has, Instant Karma. I thought that was really cute. It was a really sweet thing. Wait, we have an Oscar who's arrived. So the narration, so Renegades is a trilogy that has the narration from two different perspectives. We have one character whose name is Nova McClane. She is a young woman, I want to say somewhere between the age of like 17 to 19, who is what's called an anarchist. She's basically part of the villain group. And we have the other perspective from a person that is part of the Renegades, or kind of the more superhero group, whose name is Adrian. He is a young man about the same age, and is a Black young man who is actually raised by two males. Basically, he has two dads. He was adopted by those dads because his mother had unfortunately died, and that's all kind of like pretty much right at the beginning of the book you learn that, so it's not really a spoiler. But yeah, he has two dads, and he also has an adopted brother that you learn about more in the first book. Had like 100 pages left in Renegades, but didn't finish it. I totally understand, because I think that there's a lot of things in the reread that I did that I was more critical of. I still gave it a 5 stars because I really love it. Renegades, I think, by itself is a very, very fun book, and I had a great time working on it. But I do see where at a lot of points there could be reasons why you would want to not finish it, because it could get a little slow. And the kind of back and forth nature that Nova really has, I think in a lot of ways could deter people. But I've had a really good time reading it, and Arch Enemies I'm really enjoying right now as well. Hey Destiny, working on Mouse tonight for the band book club and Ramathon. Fun. Oh yeah, Mouse was that one that was just banned recently, wasn't it? I think that's right. Really liking it, but I got distracted. Yeah, that's another reason. I tend to get distracted very easily, not so much anymore, but I think especially if I'm just listening to audiobooks, I find I get distracted more easily. So that's why I've been having to read audiobooks along with the book so I don't get distracted. So the audiobook I honestly really enjoy. I think that they're really well produced, and I really like the narrators that they pick for both Nova and Adrian. I think that would be a good way to go about it if you get a chance. Haven't read Renegades, but I might give it a try. I highly recommend it. I think especially if you like the Lunar Chronicles, there's a lot of elements I think Renegades has that does play into what you see in the Lunar Chronicles. So I definitely would recommend you getting into it. I think, though, if you're not a superhero person, if you don't enjoy things like Marvel or DC, whichever one you prefer, I don't care. You might have a harder time with it, because I know some people who don't like this series are by themselves not superhero fans. And I think that that's an acquired kind of thing in some ways. So definitely give it a try if you're interested, especially if you like the Marvel and DC stuff. But I hope that you enjoy it if you give it a try. Hi, Mia. Hello. Okay, so got some couple new people in here. Brandy, I know you're not necessarily like new exactly, but you're new to how I do sprints. So here we go. We're going to go through this super, super quick. Publisher, good question. I think, let me see, actually. I can't remember who she gets published by. It looks like Feiwel and Friends, which is an imprint of Macmillan. Feiwel and Friends, Feiwel and Friends. Brandy, you and I would get along very, very well. You can't see it. You can't see it, but I have a Loki poster right here next to me. That's what I get to see every single day. So Loki's my guy. I'm a big Loki fan. Okay, so we're going to get started here with sprints in just a second, but I'm going to go over real quick what exactly we do. And we have an Oscar who's decided to join us. Hello, little man. Want to say hi to everybody? Come here. Come say hi. Hello. Say hello to the peoples. Say hello. Hi, baby. He's a good boy. All right. Okay, so I'll get to some more comments in just a second. I see somebody's reading a Loki book. It makes me very happy. But how I do reading sprints, guys. So if any of you are familiar with the booktuber, Becca and the Books, you might be familiar with her Bookopoly TBR that she does about almost every month, and the readathon that she has going along with it, where she does dice sprints. The dice sprints basically are, for those of you that don't know, are a way for her to basically quantify how much time the sprints are. So for the roll, depending on what she rolls, multiplying the number rolled by 5 basically gives us a time up to an hour of reading. I do the same thing, except instead of using 2 6-sided die like you would normally get in a game of Monopoly, I have a D12 because I have a problem and collect Dungeons and Dragons dice. or dice you could use to play Dungeons and Dragons with, basically. But I have a D12. Now, few rules before we get started that I like to let people know of. Our first sprint is always going to be between 10 to 30 minutes. And we determine that by the die. Because I don't think that 30 minutes is really too much in terms of a warm-up, but it gets everybody kind of in a groove of reading, especially if this is your first time reading for the day. We also never do a 5-minute sprint because I hate 5-minute sprints. I think they are stupid. I think that they don't give you any time to actually read anything substantial. So if I ever roll a 1, we're going to re-roll because we're not doing 5-minute sprints here. So for the first sprint, we're going to do, like I said, between 10 to 30. So we're going to go for something between a 2 and a 6 for a roll. So let's go ahead and get started and do our first roll. Okay, perfect. First time we get a 3. So that means we're going to do a 15-minute sprint, and we're going to be doing about a 10-minute cool down for everybody in between so that we can take a nice break, chat, and everything. But let me go through some of these comments real quick. Eating dinner in a bit, so I hope to get some reading in tonight as well. Awesome. Loki, Where Mischief Lies by Mackenzie Lee for Aurelium. Fun. And I was just talking about my Loki poster, and I'm just very, very happy with it. I also, in the future, am planning to get Loki tattoos, and I'm very excited. It's going to be my birthday present to myself this year. So, okie dokie. Let us get started here. So I'm going to pull up my 15-minute timer, which is this nice, cute little cherry blossom timer. And I have it muted so that Oscar apparently wants to put his 2 cents in with his squeaky toy. But we're going to do 15 minutes. We'll get started in like 2 minutes just because I know, like, not 1 minute because I want to get it started at like a nice even number. So chose Fangirl. Okay, cool. Fangirl by Rainbow Rowell. Nice. Hope you enjoy it. Hope everyone's enjoying their books, honestly. Like, I hope you guys are all doing well with your reading so far in April. Mr. Oscar, he decided to... Are you done? He's decided to bring his toy in. So thankfully I will be muted in the next 15 minutes. So if he keeps chomping on that, you won't have to hear it for the next 15 minutes. I apologize if it's loud. My husband's not home, so I'm by myself with him. Ooh, One of Us is Lying. Ooh, I hope you like it. I have not read that as of yet, but I've heard nothing but good things, especially from my sister who read it, and she really, really enjoyed it. So, okay, folks, let's get started with our first sprint. 15 minutes of reading. Go. I will see you in 15. you can hear that. I guess Oscar could because he came right in here. Okay, that was 10 minutes, 15 minutes, guys. Hope you did well. I got to like the very end of a chapter. Like if I would have taken like another 30 seconds, I could have finished that chapter, but got through about 14 pages, basically. So not too bad. All right, how'd you guys do? What'd you guys get through? Hi, Thrifty. Glad you could make it. We'll start the next sprint here soon. I'm going to get my timer started so I don't talk for too long like I normally do. Just ate and watched BookTube, but next sprint I will read. Also have to clean and study tonight. Torture choosing what to do. My room is a hot mess. Well, you could be more responsible and do the studying. Also, don't mind this mess here. I need to get more hangers. I have too many clothes that need to be hung up. Ignore that. You could do the responsible thing and study, but reading, but study, but read, but study, but read. I'm not going to tell you what to do because I don't want to be responsible for things that could happen or could not happen. Flip a coin, maybe? I don't know. 15 pages of Blood Like Magic. Nice. Nice. Love it. Yeah, I'm in a goofy mood. Very, very goofy mood. Very, very goofy. Okay. So, how have things been for you guys this past week? My week's been a bit of a crapshoot, honestly. Like the last couple of days were actually really good. I had a very stressful work week though, to the point where like I was like mentally not in a good place at all. But I'm feeling better. Needed an audiobook, so I ended up listening to Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy by John le Carre. Good Lord, try saying that 5 times fast. Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. Yeah, it makes my tongue hurt just trying to say that semi-normally. Heard no voice? Okay. I'm not sure if... Are you saying like you didn't hear anything during the sprints or that you can't hear me? Like now? I'm not sure. Yeah, this week was a bit bonkers for me. Basically, like what my job has is like I have to load stuff, essentially like documents. So I like PDFs and like Word documents or zip files that have like images and stuff that I have to load to a website and also a repository or basically like a housing unit for the source files, which are basically the things that are not PDFs. And that was broken. It's been broken for like 3 weeks technically, but this week it was massively broken to where it was completely inoperable. And so I pretty much had to spend off and on for the last 4 days trying to test this housing unit to see if things would work. Nobody could figure out what was wrong with it. Like the program hadn't changed at all. Nothing like that we were doing was causing any of the issues. It was just the thing itself was broken. So that was stressful because on top of that, having to like have calls back and forth with that, we just had like a bunch of people saying like they needed stuff loaded in. And then on top of that, we have a team that basically creates web pages, for our website. And they were bombarded where in like 4 days, they had to make so many pages. Like I think it was like 300 plus web pages. And so they were swamped. But then that also meant that a lot of the stuff that I needed to have done couldn't be done because I had to wait for them to create the web pages so that I could then upload the documents that would then get loaded to the website, basically. So it was just like a ton of stuff that like I had no control over any of the chaos that was ensuing. And I had to just deal with it. And I'm not somebody that does well when I have no control of things. So it was very stressful, but like I said, Friday was a much better day. It was much slower work-wise, and so I was able to get done with things pretty easily. And it was Friday, so that made things a lot better. And I think that for the most part, we've got stuff like all set up and everything. But man, I had like the worst mental health week because I felt like I couldn't get anything to work, like because I was so stressed out with stuff from work. I couldn't do much of anything else without feeling like I was not doing well. So that's kind of something I've been trying to work on because my anxiety tends to get the best of me in those times, and it's hard for me to bounce back from that. But I bounced back. We're good. We're doing fine. And to the point where I'm actually getting back to doing my reading because I haven't really touched my books in really all week. And yesterday and today, I've done a lot of reading. So, yay. But how are you guys doing? What's been going on with you guys? Anything fun? Anything new? I know a lot of people had spring break, if you're like in university or, high school or whatever, a lot of people had spring break the last couple of weeks, or some, parents had kids on spring break. How did that go? I did not have spring break because I don't have children, and I also work in a job that's not in like a public school system of any kind or school system in general. So I had to work for the last few weeks, but I'm excited because I'm trying to plan a trip for my birthday. Like, I don't know exactly where I'm going to go, but I'm trying to plan some kind of vacation for myself for the week of my birthday, which is in July. So that's kind of pushing me through that. I'm getting plans made for a birthday adventure. So, but yeah. So, okay. So we've got still about 3 minutes, 40 seconds or so until the next sprint. Okay, let me see. What can we do? What can I have you guys do for the next sprint? Want to have you guys do like the scavenger hunt thing again. But I'm not sure what I want you guys to search for. Oh, you know what? Actually, I want you guys to do like a running tally of things. So this is going to be interesting. I want you guys in this next sprint to try your best, try your absolute best to keep a running tally of the different colors that are mentioned in your book. Like they say something is like this color, something is that color. Keep a running tally if you can of how many different colors are brought up. And if it's only a couple of colors, how many times is that color brought up? Like how many times does the author use a certain color if there's only 1 or 2 that are mentioned in the next sprint? I think that might be interesting because I feel like that a lot of authors tend to, like, because visually we have to think of things with color the best we can when reading something. So I would like to see from everybody's books how often in our next sprint you guys see a color be mentioned. I think that'd be pretty fun. All right, so we got less than 2 minutes now. I'm going to go ahead and roll and see what we end up getting for this next sprint. Let's see if we get a long one or a short one now that we've done our warm-up sprint. That's a 1. We're not doing 5s. Ain't happening. Ain't happening. Okay, that time we rolled a 5. So it's going to be another kind of shorter one. So a 5 basically is a 25-minute sprint, which my girl Thrifty is going to love. Okay, and Oscar's just going to lie on the pile of clothes that are sitting there. I mean, it's comfortable. It's going to get all dog-haired anyway, so might as well, right? Just get it started. Thanks. But we're going to do a 25-minute sprint. So in the next 25 minutes, like I said, everybody, I want you to pay attention if you can, best of your ability, to pick out what colors are involved. Hi, Carissa. Welcome. You're just in time for our next sprint. Tina, hello, hello, hello. You guys are just in time for the next sprint. So great timing. I'll just read next sprint because it's technically studying. I have a test on how many words I read per minute. I'm not going to get a good score anyway. Oh, don't count yourself short just because you have dyslexia. You're going to do just fine. Don't count yourself short with that. Like, I understand that having dyslexia can be really difficult, but you got this. You do the best you can. That is all you can ask of yourself, okay? Go into it, do your best. It's all that matters, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and get ready for our next sprint. So like I said, for those of you that are just joining, I have a challenge. In this 25-minute sprint, I want everybody to pay attention to the best of your ability what colors are brought up in your book. Like something's red, something's blue, whatever the case may be. If you only have a couple of colors that are mentioned, like one or two, how many times do those colors get brought up to describe things? How many times does the author tend to use color in general? I want to get a poll on that for your books. So, or at least for the section that you read. If they don't come up at all, that's fine. I'm just curious where you guys are in your books, what you find out. So let's go ahead and get started. There we go. That's the one I want to use. All right, so we got a nice, cute little springtime timer. I tried to pick out a lot of springy-based ones. So yeah, we're going to spend the next 25 minutes reading. So everybody have a good 25-minute sprint. I will see you all back here soon. Ha-go. I think I officially need to move some stuff off my desk. I can barely get to my mouse. All right. So, how did I do? Let me see. I got through about 33 pages, I think, something like that. No, not 33, 23. What am I thinking? No, 23. All right. How do we do that time, guys? And gals, pals, whatever you want to call yourselves. I'm ridiculous. I know. All right, 10-minute timer going. So, let me see. I gotta go back because I was really focused. I know blue was one color that came up. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think many colors were brought up. I know blue was one of them. Because, like, there wasn't really an opportunity, I think, in this section for there to be any colors. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think there was only like one color that got mentioned. And I think it was actually mentioned like twice, now that I think about it. 63% of the Black God's drums. Nice. Read only a few pages and they said read once. All right, cool. Listen to more of Tinker Tailor while fixing something to eat. Said viral tomato feta pasta, so it's fairly easy to throw together. Ooh, that sounds yummy. Black was mentioned 2 to 3 times. Okay. Now doing dishes because it's my turn to cook and clean up after dinner. Yeah, dishes are not fun. 14 pages of the Bratva's baby. Okay. Black and purple are colors that came up. Yeah, I think that blue was mentioned like maybe 2, 3 times, I think at the most. But it was like, it wasn't very much because like there wasn't really an opportunity for there to be much color involved. So, okay, so Oscar's are currently sleeping at my feet. For some reason, he's decided he wants to sleep at mom's feet right now, which I think is very sweet. This is where he sleeps normally while I work, so I'm totally fine with that. All right, so now in terms of what to look for in your books. So we've done color. I think we've done food in the past. So, Ooh, you know? Oh, okay, got a couple more things. And I have a dishwasher, so it's all by hand. Oh, I hate that. I remember those days, and I do not like them. Got the color black a few times. Okay, cool. Red was mentioned once. All right. Okay, so for this time, I think what I would like for you guys to do, now this is going to be probably one that's going to be a little harder because it's probably going to come up much more often. When you have a character who has like dialogue, I want you guys to tell me how often they have the word said as opposed to something more descriptive. Because one of the things that people tend to say when you are writing is that you should use more descriptive words in terms of like explaining dialogue. Like instead of saying like, so-and-so said, or quote, said this person, or this person said, you want to use typically more descriptive things like yell, questioned, murmured, whispered, whatever, so what I want you guys to look for is how many times does the author in your book have just said? No description of how exactly the person says something. And is that done more often than a descriptive dialogue, I guess? Does that make sense? I think that makes sense. Because I feel like it's not supposed to be necessarily a hard and fast rule, but a lot of people say that it's done much too often when it comes to writing. I personally don't care whether you do one or the other, but I'm always curious to see whether or not it actually is as big of a deal as people say in terms of reading, like when they see authors that use said as opposed to more descriptive things. So I just want to know, what do you guys see? Does it tend to be more often that they use descriptive ways of talking as opposed to just saying so-and-so said this? So we got about 4.5 minutes left. What do I have on the docket here coming up? So tomorrow I have 2 videos. If you've been paying attention to any of the videos I've been posting a lot recently. They're videos that I have had sitting for like maybe a week and a half. I had 2 videos go up today, and I have 2 going up tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be my April TBR video, which is going to include my Realmathon, Aurelium Academy, Wheel of D20, all that jazz. It's all going to be there. Thankfully, pretty much all the books I had set out for with my Wheel of D20 stuff and like my reading series and stuff all kind of worked for Aurelium. And for Realmathon, I think that I had to add in a couple of books because of Aurelium, though. Like, because of certain prompts, I had to pick some random books for that. But I had, like, in total 12 books. But this month was going to be much less chaotic. I don't think I won't have much. P. Djeli Clark is pretty descriptive. You never know. You never know. You might see some now that we got this thing going on. In the book I'm reading, said is only used 28 times throughout the entirety of it. That's kind of interesting. So I want you to see, Tina, how often did they use it in the next section that you're going to read in this next sprint? Like, how many out of those 28 times is it used in that section? That's going to be interesting to see. So, yeah, I've got 2 videos coming out. My second one is, it's a review video. It is for The Shadow Rising by Robert Jordan. So if you're a fan of the Wheel of Time books and want to hear my thoughts on book 4, The Shadow Rising, that'll be out tomorrow as well. I do if I post more than one in a day, I usually do 8 and 5 just to give like enough breathing room between videos. So the TBR video will be out at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then The Shadow Rising will be out at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So just so y'all know. And then in terms of other videos this coming week, I'll have a vlog out for this past week. And I think that might be it. Let me see. I haven't written down what exactly I would like to try to post. Oh, yeah. And then if I can get my D20 reads done for this month, early this coming week, I might have my Wheel of D20 reads vlog out. And when if I can finish Arch Enemies here this weekend, like tomorrow at the latest, I should have a review for Arch Enemies out by the end of this week. So other than the 2 videos tomorrow, there might be 3 videos coming this week, which will be interesting. It's going to depend on, one of which is going to depend on if I can get Arch Enemies. No, 2 of them will depend on if I can get Arch Enemies done tomorrow. Like, seriously, because then I have one more Wheel of D20 book to read. Because this is one of them, along with my reread series I'm doing. Yeah, wow. Every line on Fangirl, oh my gosh, every single line. Wow. Wow. I mean, I've heard some interesting things about Rainbow Rowell. I've only read one book by her, and it was Eleanor in Park, I think, and it was a long time ago. And I liked the audiobook, but that's an author I'm kind of staying away from for the most part because I have not heard great things about them in general. So if they're seriously using the word said on every single line, like of dialogue, that's interesting. I wonder why. Like why? What's the problem with using a descriptive one every now and then? Because like it's fine if you want to use said, but are they all like saying them in like a monotone? Like that's the point of the descriptive ones. Is like you're supposed to differentiate in tone. I don't know. That's weird. That's interesting. Like I don't know. That's bizarre. Every single line, really? I would hope not. All right, but we're gonna go ahead and roll for our next sprint, which that's a 9. Okay, all right. So this time is gonna be a bit of a longer one. We rolled a 9. So this is gonna be a 45-minute sprint. So if you lose track of how many times they say said for dialogue, don't worry. Just tell me if you can see if they have more description versus not. Okay? That's, I think, what we're going to be looking for more so than anything is if you can find they use more descriptive ways of talking about dialogue than not in this next stretch of time. So for this timer, we got a cute little rainbow timer. It's so sweet. I know, Thrifty, you don't like the longer ones, but it's okay. Get your true crime on. Go watch something. Go get a movie started or something, you know? Take advantage of the long ones for not doing the reading stuff. I don't know. Do whatever you want to do. I don't care. Yes, so we're gonna do 45 minutes. Just, you know, to make it easier, because I think this will make it easier anyway. You know, do they tend to have more descriptions? Do they not? What's going on with that? Like, let's see. So, 45 minutes, everybody. Have fun. Have a good time. I'll see you when I see you. I'll go. Hello, everybody. Hi, guys. Hello. Hi. So, just so you guys know, my husband has finally returned from his adventure and he's on the phone with friends. So, if you hear him, that is because he is home. So, I saw some people came in. Need to finish my book. I haven't finished one at all this month. Hey, you're good. You're 9 days into the month. You can get it. You got it. I believe in you, Carissa. Barely finished a book Monday of this week. I want to finish another this weekend. I think I'm going to be able to finish this one. I might be able to finish it tonight, honestly. Like, if I can get my butt in gear and read the last, almost 75 pages of this, I think I can do it. Now, for me, as far as, by the way, our little adventure we were looking for, I definitely had about half and half things that were said versus things that were more descriptive in terms of the dialogue. So I think that's pretty good. I think that Marissa Meyer does a really good job of, doing both, like basically like using more description-based things when she needs to versus just using the word said. Bree, you're not late. You are here when you're meant to be here. No ifs, ands, or buts on that. Welcome. I'm glad you could make it. Thank you for joining me today. Reading Rainbow. Yes, I didn't think of that, but that comment made me smile. I love it. Got the dishes done, and I'm giving my niece a bath. No reading, though. It's fine. Have fun with your niece. 37 pages. Mine's a comic, so no instances of said or any other speech tags. Okay, fair. That makes sense. Cool. Yeah, I think I got through like another 30-some pages of that. Oh, my husband just closed the door completely. That's how you know you're being too loud. 74% now. Didn't find any said lines. That's fair. All right, cool. Listened to more of Tinker Tailor while eating. Counted 10 said and 4 description, but it was one character telling another story, so it threw things off. Okay, so yeah, like they were basically telling the whole thing, so there wasn't really an opportunity for a lot of that. That's fair. Yeah, I think I'm on page 368 of this, and there are, okay, so I actually have a little more than 100 pages left, because this book, without the acknowledgments, ends on 471. So I've got like 103 pages left of this. I think it's possible for me to finish this today, like before the end of the night. Because my audiobook says that I have like just over 3 hours left, and I'm on 2 times speed. So that goes down to like just about over an hour and a half. I might be able to finish it, or get very close at the very least, and then finish this up first thing in the morning tomorrow, which would be great. That would be totally fine as well. I would like to try to get this done, though, before the end of the day Sunday, so that is good. Oh, I forgot. I got to start my timer before I get talking away too much, so we're going to do 10 minutes. But yeah, so husband finally got home. I have a glass of wine. 4 hours left, so I should finish it tomorrow. Well, good luck. Don't forget that Princess at Castle Library is hosting reading sprints tomorrow. So if you would like to join in on that, I'll plug that a little bit early. If y'all want to go join her, feel free to, because she'll be sprinting from 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to 6, 7 sometimes. Depends on how much they get done. I think Bree and Brandy, who are both here, might be there as well. Sometimes they join in along with another person, Bonnie, who I think Bonnie's actually doing reading sprints as well right now. So yeah, definitely go check it out tomorrow if you would like to try to get some more reading in. I definitely think I will be there. I hope. The last couple weekends I've said I'm going to be there, and then things have just gone off the rails, like with plans and stuff. So I don't know. I might be there. I might not. I don't know. It'll have to depend on how much I can get done in the day beforehand, because I am planning on, with it being nice out tomorrow, getting my herbs and flowers planted and going to get groceries tomorrow as well. So we'll see. But I'm going to try to be there at some point if I can. We'll see. But yeah, I'll plug Princess's Sprints early this week. Definitely recommend. It's a good time. Nice, chill environment. Everybody's super fun and awesome. Yeah, it's just a good time. So let's see. What could be the next challenge for you guys to find things? We've done colors. We've done speech tags. What are some other things? I don't want to necessarily do food because we've done food in the past already. Let's see. What else could we do? I don't know. Maybe we don't do one this time. That's fine. Plan to do some sewing tomorrow and usually listen to something. It's too early to put out my herbs and veggies, but some need transplanted into bigger pots. Fun. Places, drinks. Good ideas. Good ideas. Both. Let's do places. This is the first one that popped up on my end. So if you guys are seeing different timing for comments and stuff, that's because I'm just seeing it in a little bit of a different time frame than you guys are. But Carissa's idea of places popped up first for me. So let's do that. Let's see what places get mentioned. Fictional, real, otherwise, doesn't matter. How many times do those things get mentioned? And then the next one, we'll do drinks. Sounds good. You guys are so awesome. Thank you very much for your suggestions. I greatly appreciate it. I like that I'm not the only one who can think of stuff like this from time to time, because some days my brain don't work too well. So, but yeah, in terms of the planting stuff, I was gonna try to hold off as long as I could until we consistently were getting like better weather. But I haven't even had my plants started to germinate as of yet. So really it's going to be me getting the stuff like the seeds and stuff in the containers and then like doing the greenhousing effect on them basically. So that's kind of more of what I will be doing. I don't have a grow light of any kind. So I need to also, while I'm out grocery shopping, basically find a, cause I basically have little pots that are kind of like about this tall for my herbs and stuff. So I want to find like a container of sorts, like a tote of some kind that I can like put all of them in, and they're all going to be labeled and stuff so that I can like have them all in the same space, and then I can like trap in the gas basically. So the plant talk is like French to me. It's okay. Basically, the idea is that when you go to plant, if you have specifically plants that are starting from seeds, like you would get like a, the grocery store where they're in the little packets, you pretty much have to do what's called germination, where it's essentially when you're planting the seed and you're causing them to sprout. So when you see like the little greens come up for the first time, that's like a process of germination. And you do that by basically trapping in the gases that the herbs will produce by growing in sunlight. So you know how people will tend to have like a greenhouse, like when you go to like a botanical garden, or if you go to any kind of like flower market of any kind, they usually have a greenhouse because some plants do better when they have those gases trapped in. And so I do that with a lot of my plants because it helps to get them kind of started easier when it comes to growing. And you do that for, I think, about, depending on the kind of plants you have, 3 weeks sometimes, depending. Last year, it took a couple weeks for my herbs to grow, to start the germination process. And it's basically, you leave them in the sun with basically trapped like in plastic. Like there's I'm trying to think what they're called. They're basically like little, I don't know what they're called, but they're like plastic containers. You can get them at like Lowe's or Home Depot or something, but they have like little pockets basically. You put the dirt in, you put the seeds in, and then there's a lid that'll go on top of it. And that lid, when it's on top, basically that plastic traps in all the gas that essentially would otherwise, like the carbon dioxide and stuff that the plants give off, that gets trapped in there to basically continue the process of feeding the plants and stuff like that. So it's very easy to do, and you don't have to really starter cells. Thank you. That's what they're called. Thank you. I can never remember what things are called. But basically, it's the process of giving the plants the ability to sprout. And then from there, they can be, they don't have to have that greenhouse effect going on anymore. And then you can basically leave them out to grow in the sunlight more directly, if that makes sense. Kill every plant I get used to be me, figured out how to do it. Wish I had a green thumb. Honestly, it's not as hard as it seems. I think the biggest thing for people is the upkeep, which is something that is not honestly as bad, especially if you're growing like microgreens or little herbs like I am. The upkeep's actually pretty minimal. You don't have to do a lot to make sure that they're safe and make sure that they're growing properly. Sister is a huge plant person. Her whole room is filled with plants. Now, I'm not one of those people where I get like the monstera, like the big plants and stuff. I can't do that because my puppy is, I don't know how he would do with that. And some of those can be poisonous for him. And I don't know enough about plants to know which ones I would be able to do. I, though, grow like herbs you could use in like your cooking, little flowers, basically, because I use them for my spiritual practice. I use the herbs in my spell work that I do. So it's basically a way for me to not have to go to the grocery store several times in a year, basically, to obtain those materials I would use in my spell work. So use those or peat pots. Yes, I don't think I have any peat pots, but I last year started with the starter cells because my grandmother had some extra ones because she has like a farm and she grows a ton of stuff other than herbs. Like they have a vegetable garden. They have a strawberry patch back where she is. And they have all kinds of flowers too. And so like she had a ton of those that she like let me steal from her last year. And I didn't get a chance to grab any from her before moving, so I have to go find some, I think, for some of my herbs. Mine are all herbs and veggies, and they'll be on my deck once it's warm enough. Yeah, I think that I was thinking about getting a couple tomato plants because when I was at the grocery store last weekend, I saw that there were some tomato plants and strawberry plants that they basically came in the starter cells that I really, really wanted. So I think I'm going to go grab some this weekend. Like tomorrow when I go to the grocery store, I'm going to grab some because I had a tomato plant last year that grew super, super well. And I was so proud of myself, but critters kept getting into it before I could even get to the tomatoes. So I'm going to try my best to keep a better eye on my tomato plant this year and try to see if I can get some tomatoes to use in actual cooking. And then I would like my own strawberries because I also loved strawberry season when that came around when I was growing up. So, okay, with that being said, my timer is done for this break. So we're going to go ahead and roll for our next sprint. Let's see what we end up getting. Reminder, in your books, we are looking for places that are mentioned. How many places are mentioned? How many times are they mentioned? Okay, that's the scavenger hunt for this round. Okay, little bit of a shorter one this time. We rolled a 7, so we're going to do a 35-minute sprint this time as opposed to 45 minutes, okay? So this time we have a really pretty little, like, it's on here called like a Google timer, but it's really just kind of like a rainbowy prism kind of timer. This thing. It's really nice. I don't like tomato plants. I also don't like tomatoes. Bleh. That's okay. No, tomatoes, my mom is really funny. She doesn't care for tomatoes, but she loves like tomato sauce, ketchup, like that stuff. So it's really funny. But, oh, sorry. I have like an itch in my ear I can't scratch. Ugh. But like I don't know why I love tomatoes the way I do. because my mother absolutely hates them. So I don't know. I love my tomato plant though. I was so proud to grow tomatoes last year because it was the first time I'd ever done it and they grew so, so well. I was so proud of myself. If I ever grow my own produce, I'm becoming totally stuck. I mean, because you can be self-sufficient on it. If you learn how to do it, it becomes very easy to do and you can honestly like make your own garden. It is like so, so awesome. What was that? I heard like a boom or something. My dad planted over 200 tomato plants every year and they break me out. Ooh, that's no fun. Yikes. I actually also last year had a bell pepper plant. That one didn't fare nearly as well. I had some tiny little bell peppers that grew off of them that you could eat. But again, the critters would get into them before I get a chance. If I can find a bell pepper plant, I would like to use that. I would like to make that one as well. A plant I would like to have outside. Y'all are making me so excited to go planting tomorrow. I'm so excited. All right. Ow. God, I hate those points like in this time of year, like your ears will pop a lot. And like you get an itch you can't scratch on the inside. Oh. Bell peppers. Oh, so good. Bell peppers are like amazing. The best. Mine were a mix of like green and yellow, I think. They were absolutely amazing. I loved that plant so much, and I took such good care of it, and then the critters got into it. Homegrown bell peppers tend to be smaller but taste amazing. That is something I wondered. I didn't know if specifically mine were just tiny because they didn't get a chance to grow, like they were overcrowded. But I never got to taste. Whoa. There go my dice. I never got to taste them because animals got into them. Look at me throwing my dice everywhere naturally, right? Oh, the yellow ones are so good. They're all good. They're all so yummy. So yummy. Don't make me hungry, guys. Come on now. All right. 35 minutes of reading, everybody. Okay? Want y'all look for places. Tell me where you end up going or what people end up talking about in terms of places. I don't know if they're going to say much in Arch Enemies, but we'll see. I only had a jalapeno plant and I got 2 before it died, but they tasted good in my eggs. Oh, yum. Yum, yum, yum. Love it. All right. Enough stalling. Let's continue, right? All right. 35 minutes. Go. That was a lot of shaking. Goodness gracious. Sat here and scared me just doing that. Oscar is playing very much with his toys right now. He's having a grand old time squeaking those squeakers, if you know. That sounded so wrong after it came out of my mouth. Yep. That's the thing I just said. Yeah, that's a thing I just said. Okay, we're going to move on past that. Anyway, fictional world in mine was mentioned like twice, maybe 3 times in that entire section. And I now have about 71 pages left of this, and I forgot just how, like, heart-wrenching that this book could be, in the sense of, like, the fact that we're following a villain who is pretty much, like, it's got that weird thing where, like, they start to see that they missed out on a lot of stuff, but, like, they fall for, like, the good things that happen with being on the other side. Like, it just, heartbreaking. Counted 14 places mentioned, but lost track after I started knitting. Oh boy, that's a lot of places. New Orleans, Mardi Gras, Haiti, and Mongolia. Okay. 95% of the book. Yay! Yay, Thrifty! You might finish it by the end of the night. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. And then I can't tell if this is a joke or this is an actual thing. Like, if green peppers are actually a immature version of another pepper. Hi, buddy! Oh goodness! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! Hi! Thank you! Thank you, Bubby! Okay, bye! I love you! Oscar had to come in and say hello. I love him so much. He's my sweet boy. Oh my gosh, you guys. So my mom came to visit me earlier today. Like I was saying, we do not deserve animals. Like, for sure. We do not deserve them. They are just the absolute best things. Like, that puppy is just the sweetest thing. My mom had such a very rough week. And like, he knew, and he just wanted nothing more than to hang out with her and love on her, and just, I'm gonna start crying just thinking about it, but he's such a sweetheart. Not a joke. Oh, it's like green tomatoes. Okay. I didn't know that was the reason why, sometimes you find green peppers. I mean, either way, they're all tasty, but I did not know that was a thing. Thank you for that very fun information. I love that. Honestly, got so into my book, I didn't pay attention about the places. You're good. Had about 5 places and then got a few repeats. Yep, that's pretty. I had 1 repeat and it was the same place. It was mentioned like 2 or 3 times in that span. Managed 36 pages. Czechoslovakia and Auschwitz were mentioned. Okay. I just read recently, They Went Left. I read it in March by Monica Hess. It's a book that is placed after the events of World War II. And sorry, the name Auschwitz just like made me remember that book, and like that book still gets to me. I love it so much. I think it's true. The green is the first stage. Okay, that makes sense. Like, I mean, yeah, it makes sense because I do remember some of the peppers I had were like a green, but then they turned more yellow. Like, they kind of turned into that weird, like, almost chartreusey color, which I didn't know that chartreuse, by the way, was like a mix of like yellow and green until like a few months ago. And I was like, that's what that color is? That's what that name is supposed to be for that color? Like, what's going on here? Some of mine were repeats, but I still counted them. Yeah, no, that's good. Yeah, it's all good. All right. Didn't even start my timer. Look at me go. I'm going to say we're going to be like a minute in, so we're going to have like 9 minutes. It's all good. Anyway, so next round, we're going to do drinks. So when drinks are mentioned, keep a tally if you can. Okay, so I've talked about how things are going with me, videos that are coming out. We talked about plants. What else could I talk about today? I don't know. Currently more interested in the ships between characters than I am the murder, but as of 57 pages in, I'm really liking this book. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're liking it, Mia. This is a reread for me, so I already know how I like this, but I will say, and I have mentioned this before because of the fact that I knew going into this, I only read it the one time, and some things about it I was fuzzy on. I do remember more of this than I thought I did, but I'm still kind of almost feeling like I'm reading this for the first time in a lot of ways because there's still things that are surprising me in the sense that I feel like this one, it feels very different. Like, okay, so this is the Renegades trilogy, by the way, for those of you that aren't sure what I'm talking about. But the book I'm currently reading is book 2, which is Arch Enemies. Renegades felt very kind of like more of a carefree, happy, kind of go-lucky almost story. It wasn't by itself at all, like fully that. There were a lot of other things involved with it that were much darker, right? I mean, you got a character who is basically trying to infiltrate the hero team in order to get information for the villain side, right? That's kind of like the whole crux of Renegades. And throughout that, she's starting to see all these other things about the team and like how things actually happen. And alongside that, we see the character Adrian, how he's kind of this like vigilante of sorts, more so than the Renegades already are, because originally the Renegades were a type of vigilante force that then just took over everything. Well, in Renegades, you see that Nova is starting to see kind of the fact that there's more gray than anything else. But here in Arch Enemies, it's very apparent that even with that, she still doesn't believe that they deserve any kind of grace of any kind for some of the mistakes that they might have done or not done, things like that. And another thing about it too is I feel like that the Arch Enemies, it plays a lot more on this idea of the fact that was brought up very briefly in Renegades, where there's a kind of romance in a sort with Adrian and Nova and how that complicates things, because it's not really mentioned too much in Renegades because it's like very, very minute. It's like a small thing that happens toward the end of Renegades. But in Arch Enemies, it's like a bigger plot point. And I think that it's interesting to see how that's really complicated a lot of things. And I kind of feel like that's changed the overall tone of the book. For those of you that have read this series, please tell me if you feel the same way about that. Because I feel like that this book, for some reason, it doesn't necessarily have like a different tone in terms of like the audience. Like it doesn't feel more adult than young adult. I just feel like for some reason, like if I'm thinking, like sometimes when it comes to books, for very certain ones, there's like a color scheme that plays into my head when I think of like visualizing the scenes involved in it. Renegades feels like everything's a lot brighter. There's a lot more of a white cast on a lot of the colors. It's brighter, it's lighter, it's airier. The things that happen in Arch Enemies, I feel like that's been dampened, where there's a little bit more darkness, especially regarding the latter half of this book. And I don't know if that's just a me thing. Do you guys ever have things where like when you're reading books, you have like a certain way that you kind of visualize things? Because I know that there's some people who don't even have any visualization at all when it comes to books. I totally get that. There's some people who cannot even visualize an apple when you say, hey, think of an apple. But for me, I've always been that person. I've always been able to visualize things. And I feel like here, I also really see color like when I visualize the scenes, I see a lot of the color saturation, how it's played out. You know? Does anybody else think that way? Does anybody else think in that kind of a mindset? And if you've read this, do you understand what my thought process is with this in terms of like the feel of this book and the tone that it takes? I feel like I might be one of the only people that's thinking that, but that could be like the fact that I've also drank a glass of wine and I'm a bit of a lightweight, so I don't know. Speaking of drinks, do you count the water that you drink as water if you add water enhancers to it like Crystal Light, etc.? I would agree here. I do think it's just kind of flavored water. I think that totally works. Because I think I'm okay with water then. Okay. Well, I mean, I think the prompt is more so to find drinks in your book. I think that's what you're referencing. I don't know if you're referencing that or not, Thrifty. Expand on that, please. It's all good. Honestly, my brain could just be a little bit gone at this point because it's late and I've had a glass. So yeah. Okay. We've got about 2.5 minutes until the next sprint. Take a breath, Gab. Good Lord, you're moving a mile a minute. What are we doing? All right, we're going to go ahead and roll. Now, it is possible this could be our last sprint. We shall see, but it is possible. So be prepared if this is the last sprint, okay? Okay. Boom. It is not. It is not our last sprint. We have a very, very short one this time. We rolled a 2. Oh, excuse me. I was going to have a burp there for a second. I understand the assignment. I'm tracking my water intake. Oh, got it. Fair. That makes sense. I was like, what are you referencing, my dear? I don't know. But Thrifty, we got to 2. So that means we're going to have a nice 10-minute sprint. So I'm basically just going to have to restart this timer that I have here. Ew, I just hit my elbow. That freaking hurt. So yeah, we're going to have a very nice short sprint here. And then we're going to get at least one more in before the night ends. So that'll be nice. But I think I'm only going to get another chapter in, which means I'm probably not going to be able to finish this tonight, which is fine. But I'll have about probably, I don't know, I think I might be able to get down to 50 pages left for tomorrow, which is good. I know. Whoop, whoop. You love your short ones. Okay. Real quick, though, with a minute left before our next sprint, can any of y'all explain to me why I get so goofy? I'm just kidding. I know why I get goofy when I drink, because I'm just a goofy person in general. But do I seem more goofy when I drink? Do I seem more goofy than how I am sober? Can y'all tell me that? I think I'm honestly, like, my tolerance is not as... Have I ever had a high tolerance? No, I don't think I've ever had a high tolerance when it comes to alcohol, truthfully. But I feel like that I slowly have become more aware as I'm drinking than I have been before. Oh, also 11/11. Make a wish. Make a wish, everybody. If you believe in that. You don't have to if you don't want to, but it's okay. Okay. 10 to 15 minute, 25-minute sprints are the best. Love it. Okay, I am more goofy. Okay. I'm glad you say that because I do feel like sometimes I can be a little much for people when I drink. But it's just because I like being goofy. And I feel like sometimes when I'm goofy, I'm more myself and I have a good time. And I'm trying to also at the same time be aware of the fact that I tend to mask a lot for people. And I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to mask. It's been a coping and a defense tactic for a long time that I've been trying to work from. And I feel like I'm doing a good job. I'm trying at least. But that's my only glass I'm having for tonight because I'm going to bed after all this. You are 100% correct. Better than a mean drinker. And Thankfully, I feel like I get it from my parents why I'm so goofy, because both of my parents, when they get very drunk, are also very goofy, and they're very lovey drunks too. Like holding on to you, hugging you, like wanting to be close and snuggle. Like I feel very thankful that I have got that from them. So, and my sister's also the same. I don't know if it's is it hereditary? Maybe. I wonder if there's been studies on that, honestly. Thinking like normally, I wonder if there's been studies on if how you act when you drink, if that's passed down. Because it would make sense. It would make a lot of sense. Happy drinkers are so much better. I feel like they are, because like how can you, like, if I understand, like, if you get very emotional when you drink, because like obviously everything's heightened, and in a lot of ways a lot of things are, brought down, and so like you can be very emotional because like a lot of stuff comes out. If I drink too much, I definitely get more emotional, but like 1-2 drinks, I'm just like, let's have a good time, everybody get in the circle and let's all have like a kumbaya kind of moment, And like I'm normally like that as a person, but like I said, I tend to mask a lot because I feel like a lot of people don't appreciate the goofy nature that I have, because you grow up in an environment a lot of times where you got kids who are just really mean about being super goofy, that you just don't do it, and it's hard sometimes. And so that it tends to be when I drink, I that comes out a lot more. But I'm glad you guys like me. Like I say this every week, but I'm really glad you guys are here with me, because like I feel like I can be a little bit more goofy and feel like I can be myself. So I love you all for that. Thank you so much. Having a lot of mean drunks in my family, and also my sister being a giggly, goofy drunk. Goofy's definitely better. I would agree. Oof, I do not want to be on the other end of mean drunks. Had an ex that was such a sweetheart as a drinker. I liked him so much more when he drank. Oh, that does not spell good things. I'm sorry that they weren't as nice when they weren't drinking. My husband, though, he's very funny because like he's a big sweetie, like by himself. Like it's one of the reasons I love him. But when he drinks, he gets like if he smokes the and he drinks, again, what is with the innuendos today? I apologize. Especially to Mia, you little minor, you. I'm so sorry. Doing all the bad things on here. No, thank you. I'm gonna cut out before the next sprint. Super tired. Okay, thank you so much for hanging out, Carissa. I'll see you next week, hopefully. Have a good night. But when my husband drinks, like he's a big sweetie. Is still a big sweetie when he drinks, but when he smokes the stuff and he drinks, he's very he gets very inspired. He gets very much that kind of person where he like wants to do everything, and he wants to like do all the things and create all the things, and then he's like, do you remember anything that I said? No. You should have written it down. My uncle's a mean drunk and he lives next to my parents, so it's a constant problem. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. That's awful. See, that's a whole other thing. Like, I think that there's a reason why people can become mean drunks, and it has a lot. I think with everything, a lot of it has to do with environment, and a lot of it also has to do with the kinds of people you interact with, like your family. I feel like if your family tends to be on the meaner side of intoxication, you're probably more than likely to be that way. But then again, like I said, it really depends on the person, because you could have somebody who's like a lot of family who are mean drunks, and you could end up like, Mia was saying, like she's a sister who is a goofy drunk, and that's fine. Like that's also completely like normal. But I just don't see the point in being a mean drunk. Like there's some deep-seated issues that have to be there if you not want to. If you are a mean drunk, Inebriated brain, focus. If you are a mean drunk, it probably means there's something deeper going on that needs to be looked at. There we go. That's what I wanted to say. No problem, I've read worse. I'm sure you have, but you're still the youngin' around here, man. You're still the little one. All right. Okay. Moving on. All right. We are fine. We are good. We are dandy. Let's do this. Okay. So, quick 10-minute sprint. We are looking for drinks in line with, inebriation and all that. Doesn't have to be alcoholic, truthfully. Dad won't drink because he knows that all his siblings are mean drunks. That I find is a very common thing. If you have family who has a problem with alcoholism, or you know a lot of people in your family who are not good, like when they're mean drunks, I find more people that come from those environments don't ever drink in their life. Or if they do, it's very rare. Like my parents very rarely drink, but when they do, it's like for special occasions. And not because of like any particular reason, but just because they don't drink that often. And I think that I think it's also something where like there's some people who don't have a need to have a desire to try. Like I don't think I don't think I tried a sip of alcohol till I was 19, honestly, which is older than most kids anymore. But anyway, let's move on. So 10 minutes, looking for drinks. How many of them are mentioned? How many times? Whatever you find. 10 minutes. Go. Enjoy. Okay, guys, that was 10 minutes. Started that timer up again so that we can do another sprint. So, how'd you guys do? I actually had no drinks mentioned at all in that span, which doesn't surprise me because this chapter I'm on is basically like a heist chapter of sorts. So, no drinks necessary during a heist. Just gonna say. But where am I at? I read like 9 pages, I think. Excuse me. Now I'm getting the burps. So we do have time for one more sprint, I think, tonight, which is good. So we're not going to do a scavenger hunt for this one, just because it's the last one. Only counted 1, that's fine. In my chapter, they mentioned wine and water. Nice. Done. Yay, Thrifty! You finished your book. No drinks. Hydrate. I'm so glad you finished your book. Yay. Now you finished 2 this week. Yay. Yay you. I'm so happy for you. I think that I'm going to be able to finish off this chapter tonight, and then I might call it there just because, it's actually, I don't have very much left of that chapter. I have like a page and a half. So, yeah, I think I might, maybe I can read this next chapter. Chapter 40. How long is chapter 40? Oh, yeah, I could probably finish this one and then finish another chapter. So we'll see. But what have you guys got planned coming up for this week? What's going on? Got anything fun coming up? What is this next week? It is let's see. Do I have anything coming up this week? I don't think I do. When is Easter? Is it next Sunday? I think it's next Sunday. So that's fun if you celebrate Easter. I don't think I'm doing anything for that because we haven't really celebrated Easter in my family for a long time. Like my mom might make a basket for us, for my sister and I and my husband. But we don't really do anything for Easter, and we have not done anything for Easter. Like, oh my gosh, how long has it been since? I want to say going on like 6 or 7 years, maybe. Because basically, like, I had grandparents that, great-grandparents where they hosted a lot of the Easter, Mother's Day, and, like, other stuff this time of year, and both of them are gone now. So, I'm trying to remember, because I think they stopped after my great-grandpa passed away, which I think was my sophomore year of college. So yeah, probably about 6, 7 years since I've done anything really for Easter, but I don't like go to church or anything by itself either. So like we've never really done anything like that in regards to Easter. Work, yeah, pretty much me too. I think pretty much just work. I don't think we've got anything else planned though going on next weekend or anything that I'm aware of at least. I think my week is free except church tomorrow. Okay, cool. Happy just to have a PTO day. Yay! Oh, I'm so happy for you. I'm so glad you can get PTO. I have to wait to use my PTO because since I changed contracting agencies, I have to go through the 30-day probationary-esque periods before I can start getting PTO, which sucks. But by the time my birthday comes around this summer, I'll have a little bit of time banked away. And I think I'll get technically 2 weeks of like vacation time. I think that's how that works. I don't know for sure. I have to check back on that. But by the time my birthday comes around, I'll be taking some time off, which will be nice. I do need to film an unhaul, then go to the little free library. Nice. Okay. Cool. That sounds like fun. Yeah, I think that other than oops, drop my stuff. Tomorrow, I think I'm just gonna basically finish Arch Enemies, and I think get through the entirety of another book, hopefully finishing that either by the time I get to, if I can get to Princess's Sprints, hopefully by the time I go to that, if I go, or during that, and then I would like to start another book tomorrow if I can, which is going to be The Well of Ascension by Brandon Sanderson, because I'm doing a read-along with Bree from Bree Cherie Reads, Bonnie from Bonnie Reads, Brandy at Books with Brandy Shanae, and Princess at Castle Library. They're doing a read-along of Brandon Sanderson's work. Some of you might know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to try to get that started up on Sunday. And we'll see how I get through this next week, because my reading schedule had me set up where I was supposed to have it done by like Tuesday or Wednesday. I don't think that's happening because it's a pretty chunky book. I don't know if I'm going to get through that in like 3 days, but I'm going to try my hardest to get through a lot of it. And then I think after that will be The Fires of Heaven, which is book 5 in the Wheel of Time. I have several books I want to read this month, but lots are fairly short. That's good. I have quite a few chunkier books because I've got like a lot of reading series going on. My April TBR that's going to be up tomorrow is going to show a lot of that, but this one was one of them. It was a little bit more of a chunky book, but this is also part of my reread series I've been doing. And my other books are over there. So yeah, I've got like, I guess my really only other 2 chunky books are The Fires of Heaven and The Well of Ascension, because The Well of Ascension is like 800 plus pages, and The Fires of Heaven I think is about the same. The rest of the books I have slated for this month I think are less than 5, I think maybe even less than 400 pages, honestly. I think that might be right. Yeah, I think that's true. So like I really only have 2 bigger books to read throughout the rest of this month, but it's still going to take me a lot of time to get through them, especially like Brandon Sanderson and Robert Jordan. Like they're going to be tough. We usually read about 3 to 5 books a month, but I read 15 in March, so I'm taking reading very slow this month. Hey, you do you. I got through 13 in March, and I have 12 scheduled for this month. But I also don't have nearly as much going on in March readathon-wise. Like the whole month I have Aurelium Academy and Realmathon, but because they both kind of work at the same time, most of my books kind of fit both. Like I think that not all of my books fit for Aurelium, but all of the books I'm reading for the month will fit for Realmathon, which is really nice. And then at the end of the month, I'm doing Spring Flingoween. That's being hosted by Olivia Reads a Latte and Gabby Reads. And that I'm excited for because I've never participated in those before, but I've got 2 books that I'll be working on for that weekend, the end of the month. Largest book I'm reading this month is Becoming, 426 pages. Is that the one by Michelle Obama that you were reading before? Are you still working on that, or did you restart it? If it's the Michelle Obama one. Not sure, because I know that I'm pretty sure you were reading Michelle Obama's memoir, but I'm not sure if you finished it or not. Having surgery on the 22nd, so I'll then have the following week off, so lots of reading time. Oh my goodness, I hope your surgery goes well. Good Lord, I hate anything to do with surgery. I hate the idea of people going through surgery. It's just a big fear of mine, truthfully. So I hope it goes well. I will send good vibes and good wishes and well wishes for your recovery when that happens. And I hope that it goes okay. Okay, it's the same book, reading 4 to 5 books. Got it. Okay, just making sure. I was like, did we finish that already? I wasn't sure. Feel like I missed something, but no, you're still working on it. So, I mean, it's a pretty good sized book. Like, that's a good size. Oh goodness, ow, I have an itch on my ankle and it bothers the crap out of me. Ouch. Okay, so we are going to do one last sprint. Now, I'm going to do this a little differently this time, okay? Because technically we're ending around midnight, I'm going to do a D4 roll. So basically, we're still not going to do any ones, but we're going to basically go either 10, 15, or 20 minutes for this last sprint, just to use as a cool down, wrap up the night, and then that way we'll be done just after midnight. Okay? I feel like that's going to be the easiest thing, and that's going to get me at least to get through another chapter of this. You're welcome. I hope it all goes well. Please let me know if you need anything. Just even if it's smiles. I'll send pictures of Oscar if you would like, or I'll message you good wishes if you would like. Just let me know. I'm a mood reader. I pick up what I'm in the mood for. Oh yeah, totally get what you mean. I get you. You're good. All right, so let's go ahead and do our D4 roll this time. Remember, we're going to do 10, 15, or 20 minutes, okay? And it looks like we're going for the full 20 because we rolled a 4 on that one. So we're going to do the full 20 minutes this time, and then we'll wrap it up for the night. So let's get going. 20 minutes of reading. Finish up what you got. Longest one I'm working on is Dune. Oh, good God, that's a big one. But I'm reading about 30 pages a month, so I'm reading it. Good Lord, that is a slow read. Wow. I mean, that is a really hard book. I've heard a lot of people say, like, it's a really hard book to get through, so I don't blame you for wanting to get through it a little slower. But good Lord, I feel like I would, like, be just ready to be done with it by that point, honestly. Yay, short ones. I know. All right, 20 minutes, everybody. We're going to end off the night with this. Have fun. No scavenger hunting this time. Just read for 20 minutes, and I'll see you guys all at the end of it. Go. Okay, guys, that is it. That's the end of the last sprint for tonight. I actually ended up being able to read an entire other chapter than I was thinking, which was awesome. So I don't have much left of that book, which is great. That means tomorrow I can spend the first part of the day just finishing that up and then get through my other book and then hopefully get started at least with The Well of Ascension, which is super exciting. So very happy with that. I hope you guys all had a wonderful time hanging out with me here on Sprints. Thank you all so much again for joining me. Just a quick reminder again that Princess at Castle Library is also hosting Sprints tomorrow from 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to like 6 or 7, something like that. At 40% of becoming. Yay! Good for you. So proud of you, Thrifty. I'm so proud of you. But yeah, definitely go check her out tomorrow if you get a chance. I hopefully will be there. It's going to depend on how tomorrow goes for me because I'm going to hopefully get some of my herbs and stuff planted also. So we'll kind of see how things go, but just go check her out if you want more sprints. She's always awesome for that. So anyway, folks, that's it for me tonight. I hope you guys had a good reading time with me. Of course, Destiny, I always love hosting these. These are always so fun for me. So hope you guys had a good time. And be sure to be here next week for more. And I guess I will just see all of you guys next Saturday night. Bye, everybody. I love you all so much. Kisses. I love you all. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, Thrifty. Goodbye, Rambler. Bye, friends.